Hey everybody, welcome back to the bench. I'm Doofus, just hanging out today, nothing fancy. If you saw the description for today, you saw that I'm just gonna find some parts for some friends here. Get some tires glued. And what else can we do today? Just fart around, I guess. Not do too much. Let's not get too fancy, as we say. Right? Right. How's everybody doing? And what we have going on today, we gotta get some packs to charge. Maybe we'll glue first, because I'd like to go for a run and need some new tires because old stuff's all worn out. So we'll glue some tires for sure. And we'll see what else. Just relaxed day. Right. Tires, glue. Let's go. See if I got some glue. What else? I'm gonna need some tires. Foams. That's all pluggy stuff. Foams. What are we gonna put on? We have lots of truggy tires. I have these Gumball Mach 1s. And some small pins. I think that'll do it. I think actually these, are they punched? If they're already punched, I'll run these because they already got foams in them. No, they're not punched. Never mind. These are. Okay. Wheels. Running out of truggy wheels. Time to re-up. Okay. On my way, raw speed. I'll have to do up a truggy wheel order later. Some tires too, perhaps. Okay, these are punched. I don't have to think too hard. They are stuck together. I don't know if that's mold release or what. We'll clean that off. I wonder why that's so grippy in the inside there. And should I clean it out? Maybe it's okay. Maybe it'll be good on the foam. Probably wear out real fast. Okay. Glue. Plenty of foams. Let's put these in, and then we'll clean the tires and wheels up. What's up, not a Fed? The Fed is here. So I'm just gonna start gluing tires for this morning, and I gotta find some parts and do some other stuff. Support the people. We definitely need some tires, though. My truck tires are all blown out. Out here, the compound matters more than the tread. This gumball compound is phenomenal most days here at Thornhill. Let me grab a paper towel and some rubbing alcohol. So yeah, when I glue tires, I like to clean the mold release off of the bead, whatever you want to call it here, where the glue goes anyway, because I want the glue to have good contact with the rubber. And mold release gets in the way. So I always wipe down the bead, and I'll probably wipe down the wheel where the bead sits to. After running slicks a lot, treaded tires are weird. They are. I run slicks all the time. Tires with tread are too aggressive. Which ones have we cleaned? This one? This one? I don't know. Should keep better order. No. I get confidence and start crashing more. The glued side mic makes up for some of the damage. What's up, AE86 Drifter? Guess the new Drifter. I've never tried drifting in an RC car. I've seen it, you know, polished concrete little courses and stuff like that. It looks like fun. Never tried it. Nice. Yeah, I've never tried it. It looks like fun. It looks like it would be very difficult too. If I'm honest. But I think the electronics you can tune in so you don't you can't go too crazy, right? Like you can tune in some amount of like RPM limit and drift. It's kind of my understanding, maybe. Used to do it in real car. I bet that's fun too. Only drifting I do in a real car is on dirt. Off-road. That's fun. Sliding makes up for my bad driving. Yeah. Hey, out here, I tell everybody, just keep your tail behind you. Don't worry about lap times. Don't worry about anything else. Just keep your tail behind you and you'll have a good day. It's not always easy. And if you got the wrong tires, you're going to have a bad time. Oh, I forgot to wipe the wheel. Are you close to the dirt? Oh, was it you that asked in a comment about the dirt? Yeah, no, I'm not close to the dirt. We're here in Central Texas, just outside of Austin. The town's called Hutto. I think the dirt is out there in South Cali, right? SoCal. But the man, the dirt, Joey comes out here once a year at least to run the Lone Star Challenge, which is on my setup board here actually. This was last year's Lone Star Challenge, I think. Does it have it here on it? No, it does not. Either way, yeah, he comes out for his race each year that he runs out here. Yeah. Oh, dirt's like 20 minutes from you. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've never been out to Southern California racing. I've never driven a RC track out there. That'd be fun. One day. One day. Gotta make it. I gotta also get out to Arizona and see the Nitro compound. My tire sponsor is based there, so I should go see him sometime. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I've never drifted. I want to try that sometime. It looks, like I said, it looks like fun. It looks very difficult. Is the learning curve steep for RC drifting if you're coming from off-road? Last time you were at the track, you got in the zone, did a lap smoothly drifting around the corners. And then that happens a lot. You're like, you didn't expect to make it, and then you did make it, and you're like, what? And then you freak out because you made it and you didn't expect to. It's so much fun going out to all these tracks. Revelation is like 45 minutes for me. Drifting is hard but very rewarding. RC drifting, from my understanding, is simple with the gyros. Oh, okay. So you've never done like RC drifting, mostly just on road cars. Cool. How'd you land in the RC space with us? There's spurts of talent driving. That's me too. That's all of us, my friend. The way it goes. Getting into 8th buggy racing at the dirt. Oh, cool. What are you looking at for equipment? I don't know what everybody runs out there. I need to put a tip on that glue bottle. This won't do. Too much glue. I'm scattered spirits. I'm getting the. I just recently picked up a techno. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm all techno over here. All of my cars are technos. My kids race with me. My kids are all techno. Yeah, we might have a problem. Where's my lighter? If you get glue tips that get clogged up, you can usually burn the CA glue off the end without too much trouble. It'll kind of melt the stuff inside too, like that. Eventually, it'll break free, and I should be able to use this tip. We'll see. I can hear it bubbling. Where'd my paper towel go? No, it's not ready yet. Maybe I need... There it goes. Oh, well, it let go for a second, and then again, and then it cured back up, I guess. There we go. All right. That'll make life a little easier. If you really want to go nuts, another thing we can do is put a little bit of shrink tube on there. You just put some shrink tube over the tip on the CA glue bottle and down over the edge of the CA glue bottle. Heat it up, and that'll keep your tip on there as long as you want. From here, if you want to seal the bottle back up, just put a little paper towel on the end and leave it there. And you can use that then to you burn it off, and that'll free up your tip again. Pretty cool. Anyway, have you seen the new Hongnor buggy? I keep hearing things about that stuff from you mostly. Still to do some maintenance to it, but she's running and ready to go if I wanted to. Waiting on WS side guards before I can put on the new chassis arms and guards, then do 100% WS side guards, like the wide body side guards. I don't know. WS is WS a brand maybe? Oh yeah, those soda shocks are sick. That's my new favorite thing. Yeah, I was tuning yesterday, going over the whoops. Oh, you're right, because I put those shocks in my buggy, and they struggled on the whoops. I guess because the truck's got more weight to it and all that kind of stuff, and so you know, the truck kind of floats over the whoops where the buggy gets down in them. And there's definitely like the first pill, the initial, like the at the bottom of the stroke. That first pill was too hard, and so my car would bounce off of the whoops when they hit them. So it would go in and fly. Then you'd see the front fly up. So all I did was soften that bottom pill by 2 levels. I went from gray down to white, and that straightened it right up. That softened that initial hit on the front for the buggy and made it pretty smooth. So it was a nice little tune out for just a one part of the track, which you typically can't even do. Like you can't tune for one part of the track. That's not a thing. You have to typically choose a setup, and it's going to be ideal in some spots and not ideal in other spots. But in this case, I could tune for one spot. And I mean, that's power. That's power that the other guys don't have, right? It's also difficult, right? I mean, it's just a whole other world of tuning you have to get into and understand. But I think I lucked into a setup that was nice, or maybe I prepared myself into a setup that was nice. The spindle carrier on the XB5 is adjustable instead of having to replace it for different angles. It has 3 to 4 positions. Oh yeah, that's cool. With WS's Walker Spin Rad. Design the guards. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know that. Walker Spin Rad. I think I've heard that name before. Like a pro driver, right? Wonder if he was here from Nats last year. Probably. I think this year we're going to have a lot of people out here over the course of the year preparing for Worlds. It's already starting, and I've reached out even to some of the techno drivers and stuff like that, and they're like, hey, you guys want to crash out somewhere? You need a place to... You need a crash pad while you're coming to see Thornhill? Come see me. I got extra space. We'll see how that goes. That suspension looks like my first thing I'm going to end up replacing on my buggy. I would tell you not to. I would tell you to run the stock and get a feel for how everything goes, and then go back. I don't know. I mean, there's no right way to do anything in this world. There's just a bunch of different ways to do things. So, yeah, I mean, try it out. I don't know. Me, I think I probably had some benefit from, understanding how it felt without before I could understand what it felt like with. And to be honest, I didn't really think that I would know still what the difference was. But I guess I did. I thought I'm not good enough to understand the difference, but it seems not to be true. Slop equals speed on techno. That's right. Every time I talk to somebody about my car, I say slop. They say techno's like a lot of slop. And then I go back and say to myself, okay, just leave slop in. I used to try to take it out. I used to try to shim everything out, but I found it doesn't make much difference. You could shim it out. You could spend time try to figure it out, but in my experience, it doesn't really matter. And once you're on the track and the car's loaded, right? You've got gravity loading it to the ground. You've got power and brake inputs and steering inputs loading it elsewhere. So I think that, while on the bench, a lot of slop looks like a lot of slop. On the track, it looks pretty tight because everything's kind of loaded up and bound up. Yeah. Especially on the arms and the spindles and stuff like that, right? Like, everything gets bound up trying to drive. So where there is slop, I think it gets eliminated immediately by some power input. That makes sense. At least that's my sense of it. I don't know if that's right or not. That is my sense of it. Your mileage may vary. Your mileage may vary. Your mileage may vary wildly, too. Have some folks out here today practicing, running some nitros. I think that is Santos and Roger. Roger? or Maurizio. I can't recall which. I don't know those guys very well. Nice people, though. One of them has a shirt, and it says love in sign language. I really like that. Even though I asked him, I'm like, hey, you know somebody who's deaf? Like, what's that about? He didn't know anybody who was deaf. Somebody got him the shirt. Me, my parents are deaf. So I get excited when I see sign language stuff out in the wild. Yeah, my first language is sign language. American Sign Language. How about that? How many people can say that? Is that a Chubb versus pillow ball, a C-Hub versus pillow ball deal where the slot makes the techno run well? Yeah, it seems. It seems. I've only crashed a pillow ball once. Don't get me wrong. I've actually never driven a pillow ball car, ever. I for some reason, a lot of people don't let other people drive their cars. I can't imagine why. Parts are expensive. Breakage costs time. But you also don't hear a lot of people asking to drive other people's cars. Kind of a weird, silly little thing. But anyway, I've never driven a pillow ball car that I'm aware of. I've driven only Technos, a Mugen, which is also a C-Hub, right? Scott's Mugen was a C-Hub, I think. I built this Kyosho, but I've never driven it. My son's driven it. You drove an RC8? Yeah, dude, a lot of people love the RC8s. The only thing I'll say about them is that there's some guys who are AE guys that I watch, and I see them all the time, right? Like regularly at races, at events. And I feel like they have a hard time keeping their cars running. I don't know if the associated stuff is a little bit more fragile or what, but I mean, the first part of winning a race is finishing it, and I see a lot of the AE guys not finish races. At least the ones that I, the guys that I run with, right? Those people in the sportsman to expert transition, right? Something like that, I guess, or sportsman to intermediate, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, people like in that space. I see a lot of breakage on the AE cars. Technos are solid. Never had any problem with Technos. I break stuff, but it's few and far between, and it's usually a standoff. Usually something suspension related or steering related. I heard S-Works are more durable, but 6 of one, half dozen the other. I would imagine swapping cars would be more common, but I guess it's not. Yeah, do you know what happens? At least, I don't know about you. I don't know what your experience is. Again, your mileage may vary, but for me, I bought a car for my son. I bought a car for myself about a week later. My son's was a EB48 2.0. I bought a 2.1, and those were our first cars. And once I did, I started having to buy parts for both of them, and then I started to, of course, think about parts that I'll need to replace if I leave this track, right, where I have a shop with all the parts. So I started collecting parts, right, and then I get to a place where I had so many parts that I don't want to switch manufacturers, because it means I need to go through the process of learning the parts, right, and understanding what they do, and all those kind of things, in addition to now having to stock them and manage them and all that kind of stuff. And my inventory management sucks. I just have a board with a bunch of stuff on it and some boxes with a bunch of stuff in it, and I just sort through those things as I need to. But I like, it's good enough. And I don't want to have to redo like all of this inventory kind of stuff, because it's a lot of things, right? I have a lot of parts on this wall. Yeah. So I stick with the same manufacturer just because I have a lot of the same manufacturer's parts. And I don't want to have to go and rebuild that parts inventory with a new manufacturer. Not just because there's a cost associated with it, but because there is, right? You got to buy parts, but there's also a time cost associated with it, because then I've got to go and do research, and I've got to do, I got to go and figure out which things are going to break and which things I need to buy a bunch of, and so on and so on. And so I don't have any intention of switching manufacturers anytime soon. Tekno keeps making the cars better and better and better, and as long as they keep doing that, I'm going to stay right here. I'm not chasing the sponsorship or any kind of stuff like that. I have a tire sponsorship because tires are very expensive and consumable. That's it. I don't have any other sponsorships. I don't intend to get any other sponsorships. I just wanted cheaper tires. But I would like to feed into what these guys are doing, though. That would be nice and fun. I could help develop. That would be awesome. No. Extra front chassis braces, pills, bearings, screws. Yeah. I don't let me catch up here. From me watching people trying to gather some spare parts, minimizing downtime, and I don't know what I should buy. What do you see as weak points on the EV? Okay, I'll get to that. From watching people, your driving ability dictates people letting you try their RC. Some guys spend a lot of time on setup. One hood crash, it's all out of whack. One good crash, it's all out of whack. Yeah. Yeah. So, parts. EB48. Let me pull mine out. We'll talk about it. Here's what I replace all the time. Shock shafts. I replace shock shafts more than anything else, probably. They get bent on wrecks. I very infrequently replace shock shafts in the rear, unless I took a hard crash that specifically hit a rear corner or something like that. But for the most part, front shock shafts are a common replacement item. You can run the nitrided ones. I don't feel like it's necessary. The nitrided ones are a few more dollars. They have a nice shiny gold color that you never see because they're under a boot. They're supposed to slip past the cartridge inserts more easily than the non-nitrided ones. I don't buy the nitrided ones unless that's the only thing in stock. I'll buy the standard shock shafts in most cases. So shafts are breaking or not breaking, but bending with some degree of regularity. You'll know when they bend a little bit, you can still keep them, run them fine. When they bend a little bit more than that, though, they'll bind somewhere on, like the piston will get bound up on the shock body somewhere inside. So you don't want to run with a shock shaft that's too bent, and if it's way too bent, it won't even compress at all. It'll just bind and be done. So shock shafts, I buy these sets of ends for the shocks, and I keep a few of these around all the time. In fact, I have 4 of these on my wall right now, plus the one in my hand. So I keep these things around. The ends, or the threaded shock shaft, can sometimes pull out of these things, or the threads inside will get weak and fail. So I replace these with some degree of regularity too. These are fairly inexpensive, and if you buy this set, it is a TKR 6140D, as in dog. If you buy this set, you have assorted lengths, and for us, we lay our shocks down pretty well, and the short stock length sometimes is not enough, so we go up to the middle one. So those things, yes. Shock shafts, shock cartridge parts, yes. When and if you bend your shock shafts, these are 2 different sets of the same thing. Shock cartridge parts, these are newer off of like the 2.2 kind of cycle, and these are older off of like the 2.0, 2.1 cycle. There's a massive cost difference. You can see these were $20, these are $10. The big difference is that the old ones are Delrin and they're milled. So the material is a little bit sturdier. The new ones are plastic and they're molded. They're a little bit less sturdy. And what can happen is when you have a shock shaft bend, like on these big tall hats that come out the bottom, the shock can deform the cartridge part and allow oil to blow out the bottom. So you want to replace those cartridge parts periodically, as well as you bend shock shafts, because they will deform the cartridge parts. Good call on cartridge parts. Pistons very infrequently need to be replaced unless you set them up wrong. On the Technos, they give you a piston and a washer. Use the washer. If you don't, your piston might just split. The washer is there for support for the piston. Gotta have it. Oh, the part number. You want the part number for the cartridge parts. So I've a 6146B is the old Delrin ones, the more expensive ones, and 6195 is the new set, or the molded set. I would just go with the cheaper one. They work great. They're just a little bit less sturdy, but you probably won't notice. What else? Standoffs. Standoffs are a very common replacement on my cars. My daughter crashes cars all the time, so I replace standoffs on hers all the time. So I always keep a stock of standoffs. And you can get, I mean, this is just a few that I have right handy. But these are just the standard ones. These are 8777. They're plus 0 millimeters on the length. One of the things you can do with these is stack washers behind them to make the standoff longer. So if you this is plus 0, if you want a plus 2, just put 2 millimeters of washers behind it, and that's your plus 2. If you want plus 4, put 4 millimeters of washers behind it, and you got your plus 4. So you don't need to buy a bunch of plus 2, plus 4, whatever. You can make your own with the plus 0s. Again, that part is TKR 8777. 777, yeah. What else? What are other common replacement items? Not many, honestly. Shock caps are indestructible unless you strip out the threads in the bleeder screws. And that is something that you can do. Don't over tighten those screws, ever. Shock caps are expensive, but you will never have to replace them if you treat them right, ever. In fact, somebody asked me here at the track for some 2.0 gears. And here is the first 2.0 that I bought. That I'm still hanging on to for, I don't know why. But this 2.0 still has the same set of shocks on it from when it was brand new 3 years ago, right? 3.5 years ago, something like that. And they're still solid. The shocks are still feel good. Shock caps are indestructible. Shock bodies are pretty well indestructible. I've never had to replace a shock body. Arms are a common replacement item. Arms and all of the bushings and things like that are good to have on hand. Shock boots rip a lot. Yeah, arms. Let me. Do I have a part for arms? Definitely have arms. They're in my box. Hang on. I have oodles and oodles of arms. This is one of the drawers out of my hauler bag. And you can see I have all of the arms. NT48. So we want buggy 2.2. Oh, so now if you're in 2.1 or 2.2 spindle carriers and stuff like that, there is a difference, and they do require a different arm. And they require different, slightly different parts in the spindles as well. These are 2.1 and 2.2, and they look identical. So these are rears. This part is 9284C for the 2.2 and 9284B for the 2.1. Yeah. Front arms on the 2.x one cycle. So this would not work with the 2.0 hardware, but it would work with 2.1, 2.2. And they are the front suspension arms. These are 9286B, as in boy. And that should get you going. Arms, suspension parts. One of these, 2.x, yeah. So lots of arms. Carry lots of arms. For the most part, you won't lose many of the things that go into the ends of the arms and stuff like that. You might lose some bushings. The bushings I like to keep are the old hinge pin bushings. And I'm going to find a pack. I grab the part number. But hinge pin bushings are a good thing to keep handy. And you can use them in different places. I'll explain in a second once I find them, if I can find them. Now these are shock cap bushings. Somewhere I have hinge pin bushings, but we can talk about it while I kind of look for it. But on the 2.0 and 2.1 cycle of cars, they use the short hinge pin bushing on the hinge pin on the arm, the inside, right, of the arm. Here, right, where this arm pivots. They use short hinge pin bushes here, and those hinge pin bushes are also the same ones that you use in the spindle carrier at the outside of the arm, and so you can use them in either place interchangeably. Techno came out with longer hinge pin bushings for the 2.2 cycle, but initially they actually broke all the time. They had a bad set of or a bad batch of them, and they would break a bunch. And Techno actually guided everybody toward using the old stuff until they could straighten that out. Um, but I just carry the short bushings everywhere because I can use those on the hinge pins. I can use those on the carriers on the outside. And I think that's about it. I don't think you can really use them anywhere else. What else? But yeah, for the most part, I mean, if you Loctite all your metal on metal connections and make sure they're nice and tight all the time, you won't lose a lot of parts. Techno stuff doesn't break. No. Probably one day I should go and talk to Techno about sponsorship just for parts. Santos said he needed a part. He ain't here. He hasn't come over yet. Oh, he's helping Roger and Mal. So I'll wait for him. What else? Chassis flex beats the diff bearings into the mount, opening it up. I have extra spur gears, but I run plastic. Yeah, spur gears. That's a good one. If you run plastic, keep some extra spurs. I have a couple here. That's a good call. If you manage your mesh properly, meaning you check it, once a day at least, make sure everything's tight. A lot of times you won't have too much trouble with that. If you get the mesh set right and keep it set right, you can have a spur last a really, really long time. Even the nylon ones too. You could go to a steel spur. Steel spurs are noisy. Steel spurs won't, take wear like the nylon ones will, but they will wear your pinion. So now you're not replacing spurs, you're replacing pinions. So there's a trade-off, right? Nylon, you get a little bit softer, hit on drive than you do with steel spur. So I kind of prefer the nylon spur there. The steel spur is a little bit more reactive. Gearboxes, yeah, I mean, sometimes hard wrecks can break gearboxes for sure. And it's usually like a shock tower is tearing. Here, I have a gearbox handy, right? So like the shock tower, you get a hard enough impact, it'll split these screw holes out, and then you don't have any more suspension. So you can blow out these holes on your gearbox. So yeah, it's probably a good idea to keep some gearboxes handy, but it's pretty infrequent replacement. Maybe once a year, maybe. They do wear in, however, and you should, if Techno gave you in your kit, if you built it from a kit, Techno gave you shims. And those shims are absolutely not necessary when you build the kit in most cases. I've never come across a kit that needed those shims. But you should hang on to those shims because the gearbox will wear, and it wears like side to side. And so at some point in the future, as this wears in, the gears will sort of lose engagement, usually under heavy power or heavy brakes. And the symptom is like a click when you get heavy on the gas or heavy on the brakes. So like, doesn't sound good. So that's usually the indication that you need a shim, and it's usually you need to shim your differential towards your pinion in most cases. It would be bound up if you needed to shim it the other direction. yeah. So shims I would keep handy. Gearboxes, maybe. If you could pick one up at the track you're at, just do that. You know, buy it in an emergency. If you don't have a shop there, definitely carry a gearbox or two with you. They are universal. You can go front and back with those. They used to not do that. The 2.0, the 2.1, not so much. Yeah, the old one, the 2.0, they had a different gearbox front and rear, which made things difficult. Now we have the same gearbox front and rear. What else? Chassis flex. Chassis flex is a tuning option. These cars have one chassis brace in the rear, one at the center, and one at the front. All can be removed or not, depending on what you like, what you feel. I leave all the braces in. I don't, you know, we're so high grip here at Thornhill and the places I race here in Central Texas that I you know, soften the chassis is not a good idea. Especially this place. I mean, Thornhill is very high grip. So there's that. What other parts? You know, on the tires, wheels, bearings. Depending on how much you race, keep spare bearings. On the Technos, mostly the ones that I worry about are your the flanged bearings for the outside wheel, the outside of the hub. The larger inner bearing for the hub, those I always carry with me, and differential bearings. So all the diffs, all three of them use the same bearing. I forget which size it is offhand, but I always have a tube of those with me too. So diff bearings and hub bearings, and that'll cover most of your drive line. In fact, that's all of your drive line bearings wise, isn't it? So yeah, shock parts, right? That aren't a shock body and a shock cap. Arms, a spare spur, just in case you lose drive. Probably have a spare gasket for that. I keep these. Always have a couple of these bags laying around. There's just a diff gaskets. This is 9143. Always have diff gaskets around in case I need to do a rebuild, and I have to put one in there. Like, yeah, I have 4 bags of these. Yeah, that's kind of it. Suspension parts, arms, spur, gaskets. Yeah, I can't think of much else. What's the part number for the shock spring mount parts tree next to the tire? Oh, this one. Yeah, this one is this is 6140D as in dog. This is all this. It comes with the spring perches and the rod ends, and then the grub screws for the perches as well. This one is invaluable, I have to say. I keep these around all the time. Yeah, usually when I have a break, it's a standoff or one of those ends pulling out. That can be mitigated with droop and some other things, but it's a trade-off, right? Balancing act. You can't have too many parts. That's the trouble, right? You collect and collect and collect. And at some point, you're going to break something. You're going to need some part that you've collected. I guess the point there is that you can just buy parts and keep them, because at some point you will need them. You know, you can sell them to somebody or give them away to somebody for some goodwill. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Yeah, having a bunch of parts could definitely save somebody else's day. Absolutely. I've done that many times. I tell people on Facebook and stuff like that, like if you're down here and you need a techno part in a pinch, I probably have it. If I don't have it hanging on my wall, I've got it in a car that I could probably pull it out of. Um, yeah, I have a problem. Yeah, man, you're welcome for the 411 anytime. That's what we're here for. If you ever have questions, just stop by and see us. Here or in person, whatever. I do. I have everything but front chassis braces. That's right. I do have a spare front chassis brace, but you have to pull it off of another. You could take it off of this 2.0 that I was just showing off. All right, let me put these tires on in my truck, and then we'll go out and give her a rip. See how she feels today. A little bit chillier today. I love these shocks. Have I said how much I love these shocks? I love these shocks. I'm still sad that I love these shocks because it means I probably have to get some more. And shit ain't cheap. Still haven't found one. I don't want to order. Yeah, teleport it to you. Yeah, I can do that. If somebody has a teleportation device and can loan it to us for a week, maybe, that would be all we need. I need a teleportation device so I can send the chassis brace to the Fed, who claims he's not a Fed. Oh, right, I didn't seal up my glue. Right, what I was saying. When you're done with your glue, just take a little dab of a paper towel, squirt out a little dab of glue on there, and just pinch it off and let it dry up. And then when you want to come back and use it, you just burn this off, and it will open your bottle right back up. He's sincerely not a Fed, at least that I'm aware. I just like to give him a hard time. He is a Fed. I'm in trouble. No. Like I said, used to once upon a time go to the hacker conventions, and that was the thing. It was how to spot a Fed. Or you spot the Fed, right? The contest. Who spot the Fed? Sometimes the Fed was not what you would expect. Somebody with blue hair and big holes in their ears. Kind of funny. So last week, I accidentally crossed up my bullets on my battery just for a second. Just touched it. And what I didn't notice when it happened was that it killed my cat pack. And when you run this speed controller, this oxide, for high current applications, like a 2250 Truggy can, it needs this cat pack to feed it in many cases. And if you've got, unless your battery is ideal, if you've got a battery in good health, you're okay. If your battery is not in tip-top health, you're not okay. And I didn't realize I did it. I didn't realize I popped the cap, and I ran my car, and I ran most of the pack, and then it just shut off. And I go over to pick it up, and yeah, it smells like electronics burning. I thought it was the battery, but it's not. It was my Speedo. So I did put a new one in. I will have to, I think, add another cat pack just for redundancy. I don't know. There's no way to save those in the case that you, reverse polarity. The Speedo has protections in place, so I don't worry about it. But the caps do not have protections. They do have a diode there, but it seems like the diode gets fried immediately. All right, let me find my body and some clips. Go run this thing. Still need to find a solution for recording and streaming these track runs. I want to do it. I need to go find a camera I can put in my hat and stream into my laptop. And that way I could just switch the input from this camera on the bench to one that I can carry with me. In fact, I'm going to come back. Let's do that. Let's look. Do some searching. See if we can find a solution for camera so that it won't be so boring here when I go off to run a pack. All right, be back. Yeah. Getting there. Right? Oh no. Get out of there, dust. Thank you. Thanks.
Huh? It was Charles's first car.
Woohoo! Santos liked it. Team Techno manager liked the feel of it. It's kind of interesting. That doesn't happen every day. I let a Techno team manager drive my car. I was just saying that people don't let other people drive their cars very much. How about that? Be the change you want to see in the world. I'll let other people use my car, and maybe somebody will let me use theirs. Of course, if I use his, it would be just driving like mine, except his is a slightly different setup. So I got to go find some non-techno drivers to do that with. All right. Put that on charge. What time is it? 1? It's a beautiful day here in Central Texas. It's going to get cold this weekend. I don't think we're going to race. It's looking like freezing rain, 30-some degrees Fahrenheit. Not going to be a nice weekend. Just like I told Chris, I will probably still be here because I practically live here. He said he would start to get mad if he saw a bed. So yeah, so this weekend, probably not so much racing. It's going to be cold. I'll probably still be here, like I said. Still be driving packs. I might be the only one. No, I don't know. It's 30, like freezing is pretty cold. I've never been out here when it was that cold, I don't think. I've been out here when it was like in the 40s. I don't think I come out here in the 30s. I have to wear like 8 layers. What would I change here in this guy? Not much. He's nice. It's not set up for a driver like Santos. So he had difficulty a little bit, but that's just a difference in style more than anything. That won't do. I was talking with Carlos the other day here at the track, and I was complaining about how these links on my cars keep coming undone. And he told me that the reason is because I'm using the stock aluminum balls. He said that if you go up to the steel ones, they don't bind as much with the plastic and won't turn the screw loose. These are stock aluminum ones out of the kit. I should see about getting some steel ones and try them. To be frank, it's not the biggest problem. It's just something that I have to check. I check every race. Before I go out, I check the tightness of my standoffs. I check my camber links inside and out. I check my steering links inside and out. And yeah, then send it as long as everything's nice and tight. Just tighten up anything that's loose and go. The rears, they never come undone. You don't have to worry about too much. Just the fronts, outside links, link ends pretty much. The rears require very little service, just the inside. Make sure these are tight. I saw Santos. Oh yeah, the Mike's. Yep. Like there's a pretty good turnout down there. I'm sad I couldn't go. Next time. next time. Your chassis brace broke. Letting some random guy drive your buggy. Oh, really? Yeah, there you go. My expectation is that somebody's going to break something when I hand them my controller, and I'm okay with that. They can break it, I'll fix it. Not a big deal. I enjoy fixing. The Porta-John might freeze, you're right. I think they've got that stuff in there is antifreeze, right? The blue shit. So Santos is going to do an upgrade on our old 2.0. He wants the gears out of the differentials to do some testing with. He wants some 2.0 gears. So he said he'll swap in 2.1s gears into this 2.0. And then I'll just have to remember that it's got 2.1 gears in it and not 2.0 gears in it. So there's something else for you there, AE86 Drifter, if you're still out there. Again, show back up here if you want some more help with techno stuff. If I don't know the answer, I've got a team manager over here I can go and bother to try to find the answer. And we help each other all the time, so you know, we just keep it going. Pay it forward. Pay it forward. I like to pay it forward. Always pay forward. I've been thinking about some other advice to share here on the bench. Wisdom to share. I've been fighting through a thing with my kids. Kids are sometimes challenging. And my daughter in particular is having some struggles lately with dealing with problems and stuff like that. And so what I thought I'd like to tell her, and what I thought I would just bring to everybody, right, is a little bit of wisdom. And it comes in the form of a kind of mental model. And this is kind of how I deal with things in life. I thought I'd give it to my kids, and I thought I'd, give it to somebody else in the case that it's helpful to them too. I don't know. We were thinking about this paying it forward, got me thinking about these other philosophical kind of things, and here we are. So what's my little mental model? My little mental model is it's just 4 words, but they have a lot of other things tied into them. It's just 4 words. They are think, prepare, rehearse, and act. Right? I use this as a little bit of a mental model to deal with anything. Right? You can deal with all kind of problems in life. The idea is this, right? Like you think. Humans, we're blessed with conscious thought. We have words that we can use to express ideas and all those kind of things internally. And as we have conscious thought and understanding, we can use those things to reason through things, right? Animals purely reactive, right? For the most part. They don't spend a lot of time thinking about the thing that goes on and the long-term impacts of the thing and all that kind of stuff. So use your thought, right? Use your thinking, your tools, right? So think about the situation and think about the emotions that you feel around it, right? And this is important because emotions tend to dictate our actions to some degree or another, whether or not we're aware of it. So you want to think and understand, you have the ability to reason, and you should use it, right? The idea with think is really to start with thought and not reaction, not emotion. You want to, use conscious reasoning to evaluate what we're facing. And, that comes in the form of some questions that you kind of ask through the process, like, what's actually happening, right? What's really going on? Like, not what do I feel is going on? What's really going on? What's actually happening? Then let's understand, what am I feeling about it? Am I upset about it? Am I sad about it? Am I indifferent? Am I pissed off? Am I whatever, right? What am I feeling? I'm upset. I'm sad. Feel bad about it, right? And then, the other part of the think equation is, whether or not those feelings are appropriate to the facts that are associated with whatever it is that you're dealing with. Yeah, I feel sad about it, but is that sensible? I mean, should I feel sad about it? And if I feel sad about it, does that really make a difference? Those kind of things. The point being that your feelings about a thing are really a signal, and they're not a command, right? Like your feeling is supposed to signal something to you. It is not supposed to tell you what to do. You're supposed to process the feeling, understand the situation, and make sure that the feeling is appropriate for the situation. And sometimes it's really not. I feel sad about a thing, and I shouldn't feel sad about it because it's a waste of my time, or because it won't make a difference, or whatever. So it's not appropriate for me to feel sad about it. I shouldn't feel sad about it. So you definitely use those emotions, feelings, all that kind of stuff as a signal, but it's not the command, right? So that's kind of think. I think is just about reason. Understand everything. Understand the thing that you're looking at. Understand the problem that you're trying to deal with. Whatever it is, gain understanding first, right? And then so the next one was prepare. And when I say prepare, I mean like you gain an understanding of the state of play, right? The situation. What's the situation on the ground? And you know, what are things that you can change, and are those things going to matter? If there's nothing you can change, and there's nothing that you can change that will have impact, maybe you shouldn't change anything, right? But yeah, understand which things you can change, which things you can't, which things will have impact, which won't. And then you obviously, when you're thinking about these variables, right? They are variables in an equation. People, places, things, feelings, anything. They're all variables in an equation. While you're thinking about the variables, you also need to understand what the constraints are to those variables are. What the limits? What are the limits? What are the bounds? Where are your boundaries for a variable, right? I can change this thing, but I can't change it much. I can only change it this much, whatever it is. And then, you know, understand too, what are likely outcomes? This is part of prepare. Thinking about, okay, if I do a thing, what could happen? If I do something differently, what could happen? What could change? And from the prepare step, you end up with some sort of a semblance of a plan, right? What you want to go after. So you're thinking in the first step and reasoning, understanding feelings, understanding the state of play, understanding all those things, and you're preparing. Now you're thinking about your next steps, what they're going to be, right? And what changes you make, what impact they'll have. And the next step then is to rehearse the play, right? You've put together a plan. Now rehearse it in your head, play it back, play it forward, and say, you know, I think this is going to happen when and if I do this. I think this is going to happen when and if I do this. And you kind of have to create some kind of empathy with the problem. You gain empathy with the problem. What's the problem going to do if I do these things? Right? That's the problem. But yeah, rehearse. You know, empathize with the thing that you're looking at, dealing with, whatever it is. And you know, as part of the rehearse process, and you're playing your plan forward, you'll start to get an understanding of what works and what doesn't. And you can do those things in your head before you even execute anything, right? This is part of rehearse. This is before we even act. We're going to play it forward, read it back, whatever you want to do, and gain understanding of what's going to happen if you do this thing. And then, you know, the last step is to act, right? To take action. There's it's part of the process, but it relies on those first steps in the process. Take action. Do something differently, right? Do something unusual, whatever it is. I don't know. Actually perform the act that you've planned. But you have to do it, though. It has to be reasoned, right? The timing is reasoned. What you're doing is reasoned. So you've thought, you've prepared, you've rehearsed. Now you're acting, and it's all those things that fed into the action, right? And the timing, just like the other stuff, needs to also not be driven by emotion, right? It's not, the time to do it is not not necessarily when you feel it needs to be done. The time is when the thing needs to be done. That might not be the time that it needs to be done might not be the same time as you feel it needs to be done. Those things are distinct and separate. So make sure that the timing of the action is in line with what is really necessary, not necessarily what you feel is necessary, if that makes sense. So, I mean, I talk a lot about reason through all this and emotion. Emotion it's a signal. It's just something to be worked with, worked through, understood, but not necessarily acted on. Emotion is my own. Like, have some motion associated with each of these things. I don't know how to do that yet. I'll have to think about it. If you have a sense, let me know. I think there's only 2 of you out there, so I don't know how much feedback I'll get, but that's kind of my thinking there, right? Think, prepare, rehearse, act. And like I said, I tried to give that to my family. Try to get people moving, and not focusing on so much the feeling of things. I run into a lot of people who get tied up and wound up in how they feel about a thing, and they tend to stop reasoning with the thing as soon as they start feeling a thing. And I'm trying to figure out how to reason people back to reason. And away from emotion. And I think that it could have a positive impact on at least this little racing world if people would do more of those things. Think, prepare, rehearse, act. The truth is, if they rehearsed an action, they probably wouldn't take some of the actions that they make on the driver's stand, for instance. Too many people run purely on emotional BS. I would say I've used that sentence very recently. What I learned is that for many people, it is not emotional BS. That, like, the emotional BS is actually the way they experience the world. What we would say is emotional BS, they would just say is the way that they interact with the world. I've talked a lot about that before, and we talked about people who are relied upon more than protected by their social structures, and things like that. And I think that might come into play here. I'm not sure, but yes, there are people who disengage very quickly with the emotional, and there are people who cannot disengage quickly from the emotional or at all. The emotional is their stock in trade. The emotional is how they experience the world. And it seems to me that with those people, you have to figure out a way to settle that emotion early and often. You have to make them feel safe. Socially safe, in terms of, I'm not going to be outcast from the social group or order if I say this thing or feel this thing. So I think if maybe we figure out some way to indicate very early on in relationships and conversations and all those kind of things that we are safe, maybe, you know, you can say and do all kind of things without triggering these people if they just know that you're safe. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Human psychology is, I don't know if it's understandable. I think that there's a lot of people who study it and have studied it, written books on it and all kind of things like that, but I'm sure that some of it is misguided in some way. I don't know if anybody has a complete picture of human psychology and all its different variables and facets. Perhaps. Yeah, we're waxing human psychology on an RC stream while we wait for batteries to charge. Waxing philosophical while waiting for batteries to charge. It's easy to get caught up in your feelings about stuff. People forget feelings aren't the reality of the situation, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say in the think part of my little mental model, right? That, you know, understand your feelings, understand your emotions, but know that they are just a signal, not the whole signal, right? Like, yeah, I feel bad about it, but what does that change? And you know, am I even using effort wisely by feeling this way? I feel like, yeah, it doesn't mean it's a fact. That's right. It's just a feeling. It's just a signal. I like to think a lot in terms of signal and noise, and you know, the strength of signals and the strength of noise and all that. I mean, I come from a networking space. You know, I've had a lot of networking background. I'll say I've never been like a dedicated networker, but I've done a lot of it, like a lot of it, like at scale. And yeah, so signal and noise is a great way to think for me. Emotion is a signal. Ooh, today I have HEB Pure Cane Sugar Soda Vanilla Cola. Yes, it's better than Vanilla Coke, quite a bit. Yeah, you guys are in Texas. You got HEB Cane Sugar Soda, Vanilla Cola, delicious. Easy answer is touch grass. I mean, the thing is, I think that a lot of people you could say touch grass to, but they don't really understand what that entails. And it means go outside, but it doesn't mean go outside for the reason of going outside. It means take some space, right? Touch grass. Take some space to think about the problem and all those variables and bounds and everything like that, right? Take some space. Get out of the problem and get away from it. You can think more clearly about it with a little bit of space. If you're not right in front of it, touch grass. Or take your car and put it on the dirt track. That's right. Have I ever had Cheerwine? Yeah, I have not had Cheerwine in many years, I don't think. Maybe. They used to. My family comes from West Virginia, and they used to have that stuff out there where they don't call soda soda, they call it pop. When we go out and get some pop. I said, what's pop? Coke. Oh, okay. Cheerwine and Bojangles. I haven't seen a Bojangles in a while. Let's go to Bojangles back in Maryland. Is there Bojangles in Texas? I mean, it's a Louisiana thing, right? And Louisiana's right next door. Bojangles. Bojangles. All right, we got a pack. Let's go. I need to figure out how to package this. Think, prepare, rehearse, act, mental model thing. I think there's something there. I definitely need to package it up and give it to my family again. Maybe as a reminder on the refrigerator. Starting to build Bojangles, but they are strips only. No bone in stock. Strips only. No bone in stock. Oh, the chicken strips. Yeah. No bone in chicken. I mean, that's what their competition does. KFC's got it. What's the other one? What's the other chicken? Those chicken places. KFC, Bojangles. What's another big chain that does fried chicken? Churches? I guess you want to just do tenders as Raising Cane's. Anyway, we'll go right back. Fill in the blanks there, and when I come back, we'll talk about it. Oh, I said I was going to look for a camera. I'll do that when I come back.
I love my truck. Don't get out of the dust. Out of the dust. I'm so fast. Oh, excuse me.
I got up behind the dude and I guess I scared him. he tried to go a little faster and wrecked. I was chasing him and catching him and catching him and catching him, and then eventually I was getting close to catching him, and he just failed. Hello, everyone. Travel Guy Adventures, what's up? How are you doing? Yeah. How is it where you are today? Travel Guy. Travel Guy Adventures. Where are you adventuring today? Where is your adventure? Travel Guy. Let's see if Travel Guy is out there. You're out there, say hi. Again. Where's the Travel Guy's adventure? Where's Travel Guy's adventure? I think if you come in with a name like that, you have to tell us where your adventure is. Just for fun. I am here. I need to put my battery. See how she did. Run went well. Everything good. This car is so fast with this shock setup. I hate that I hate it. I love it. I've said it so many times. And I have to go get more of them. They're not inexpensive. YouTube froze. Think, prepare, rehearse, act. I have to keep thinking about how to package that. Oh, I said I was going to look for cameras, didn't I? Let's see what we can do. Can I share my screen and actually have it like share? Let's see. Ooh, video feedback. Can you guys see that? And I have my thing here, so you should see that now. And we can go and get. Oh, there's a bee in here now. Great. How's that working? Can you actually see? I gotta kill a bee. Hang on. How do I? There you go. Bullet. Oh, you can see my desktop. How about that? Woohoo! All right. Let's see what we got. I want to see if I can find a small webcam that will stream on Wi-Fi. RTMP maybe. Portable, right? It's got to be portable. Wireless live streaming camera. OBSBot. Okay. Not a webcam, but a full-on live stream. Evo. I wonder, like, what's the Insta? Not Insta 360. What's the camera everybody uses? GoPro. GoPro streaming. DJI Osmo. I have an Insta 360 Go, but it does not do that. How do I live stream from my GoPro? Yeah. Live stream from a mountaintop at the base of a canyon or just your local coffee shop. You need the GoPro app and a GoPro subscription. You'll be able to generate a private link to share with your audience. You can also live stream directly on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook via RTMP on other sites. So that's what I need, I guess. It looks like I need a GoPro. GoPro makes action cameras. They excel at what they do. It can't stream on its own, which is why you need to pair it with a smartphone and have the GoPro app or use a third-party platform. How to stream with the app. This is with Restream. I don't use Restream, but I could. I don't really care. I just need, if it's RTMP, I can feed it right into OBS, which is the software I do use, this one that you saw with the video feedback. So all I need to do then is have the app, and I can put an RTMP URL in the app, and that would just be my laptop. So I could stream from a GoPro with the app to my laptop, and then I could incorporate that in OBS. But so it says using the Hero. So that's only if you do as a webcam. I don't want to do that. I want to stream directly from the camera. Connect your Hero 7 Black GoPro camera or a later model. Okay, let's find out what kind of GoPro model we're up to. Cameras. We need little tiny things. Something I can put on my hat. Tiny cam, big value. Hero. Lit Hero. No, we don't need a lit Hero. We just need the Hero. Then find out if the Hero 13 Black will let us run RTMP. Oh, it has different lenses you can put on. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, that's really cool. Oh, an ultra-wide lens? That's pretty cool. Very cool. So, how do we find some details? Oh, magnetic mounting too, huh? Oh, okay. I think I just have to go and get one of these as long as it does the streaming part. Oh no. Hang on a second. Hang on, I need to go and handle something. Give me a sec. Well, my kid screwed up at school. Hang on. Man, oh man, the joy of parenting. Is anybody still here even? Two people here. Sorry about that. Keeping you bored for a moment. Uh, I got a call from my kid's school. Um, he stepped out of line a little bit. He left campus during the day on Friday. What a mess. Oh, I guess I had to have a conversation with the school. I had to have a conversation with my wife. I will have to have a conversation with the boy. And that'll be my fun for this evening. GoPro Hero 13. Is that the one? I don't need one with a screen on it. Does it have to have a screen? I just need a little camera. And then I need to find out if it will do what I need. So Hero 13 Black. Ultra Wide Edition? No, how about Creator Edition? Oh, just Hero 13, maybe. What's the difference? The Creator version has what? Tech specs. Oh, it comes with a grip and a mount, tripod kind of thing. Okay. Ah, connected features. Wi-Fi. Auto upload to cloud. Quick app. Hero 13. Oh, it's not cheap, is it? Hero 13. Maybe I need to find a cheaper one. That's too expensive. 12 is still, it's only $20 less. I don't know, man. What is this one? What is the Max 2? Is that bigger? I don't want bigger. How big is it? Oh, this is like a 360 camera. I have one of those. I don't need another one. Our smallest 4K. That's what I need. That's just a Hero. It's 4K tiny. That's the one. Now, can I use it to stream this? Sharing? Share to social media? No. Click GoPro Hero. How do I know like a model number or something? Do I just say GoPro Hero? Like if I'm GoPro Hero. Uh, set up live and you can select platform, YouTube, Twitch. Figure. Go. Let's see. GoPro Hero RTMP. So it looks like I can use the app for any of the GoPro stuff then. I just give it a URL and an extreme key. I can do that. We did that with the drone. YouTube requires 1,000 subscribers for mobile streaming. How many subscribers do we have? 10,219. Wow. Crazy. All right, so maybe this is the way I need to go and get. See, yeah, he's going GoPro, MacBook, OBS. That's exactly what I want to do. Let's see what he says.
So this is the format we're going to use. Don't worry about the stream key. We're just going to be using the RTMP URL.
Why did it take
How to stream your GoPro to a local RTMP server using a MacBook so you can stream to OBS and VLC and all that. So let's get started. First, type in this URL into your web browser or follow the link in the description and download
we did
the
set up
code.
RTMP, no big deal.
Launch the RTMP. This is the format we're going to use. Don't worry about the stream key. We're just going to be using the RTMP URL. So this is the format. It's going to be RTMP : your IP address / live / a unique name. That unique name can be anything. So for example, let's go to the app. But first, make sure.
Okay, I mean, we did this with the drone on stream. It shouldn't be too difficult to do with this. Cool. I'll have to see if I can get one. Yesterday I tried to show, let me try it again. See if you can see this. Yesterday I tried to show this on stream and I failed. Let's see if you can see that. Yeah, you can, right? This is a little application that Mr. Will is working on. He's out here at Thornhill, and he's putting together this little setup tracking tool. It's pretty slick. You can go in and create a setup. He's a Kyosho driver, so he's just building this out for himself to start. But you can choose all kind of information to put in, track, conditions, surface, your suspension, setups, drivetrain setups, engine, tires, everything. You can plug in your race results from LiveRC, or you can put them in manually. And then the sense is he wants to make kind of like a comparator, right? Something that you could understand difference between your setups, and maybe even have some guidance around setups for like a desired effect. So this is work in progress, but coming soon. Pretty cool. I can like reorder these. Oh yeah, I can do that. If I just reorder the things and turn them on and off, cool. I'll remember that. Boom, boom. I can just bring my desktop in like right on top of the camera display. I like that. I learned something new today. Then my RTMP stream is actually above that one, so when I get this new camera, I can just drop it right there too. This is cool. All right, let me go see if I can get one of those cameras. What do you think it means when they say e-commerce packaging? Oh, it's just in a plain box. I don't need to pay for packaging. I don't care what kind of package it comes in. Let's go. Spend less money. Yeah. I don't need protection. I don't want to add to my order. I am going to need some kind of like a hat mount for it, right? Or some kind of mount. GoPro Hero. I don't want to put it on. I could put it on my head. Yes, I just want to put it on my hat. Or wear a baseball cap. I can just put it on the brim. That's all I really need. Oh, I bet I could get Scott to make me one of those. Design me one. I wonder if I could 3D print one. Let's dig in. Yep. Back to the screen cap. All right. Let's start with Thangs.com. Thangs.com. Search everywhere. I'm going to go for plus GoPro. Plus GoPro plus hat plus mount. That way you put a plus and that gets all the operators. So it'll only find things that have the words GoPro and hat and mount in them. Airsoft GoPro hat mount. Oh, this is for Velcro patch hats. I guess I could do something like that. What's this one? Brain exploder. Oh yeah, that on the no, that won't do. I don't have a hat with Velcro. GoPro hat clip. That's all I need. What's this one? 59. What does it look like on the other side? How does that mount? Does GoPro mount and there's those little clips? What's it? GoPro Hero. What is that little mount thingy on the bottom? Is that like little clips? Maybe it does clip into that. GoPro hat clip. This is a clip to mount a GoPro camera to the bill of a hat. I've been looking for something like this for a long time, couldn't find it. Simple friction mount clip with a GoPro slide mount. Very simple, but it does the job. Keeps you from having to drill a hole in your favorite hat. I wonder if that'll work. I'll keep that handy. GoPro hat base. Hey, what's up, man? What's happening? I'm trying to make a solution for when I come. So when I come out here and I stream, right? I've got the camera here, all that good stuff. I've got a little camera that I can put on my hat and like just take out and like switch. But I can't switch over. I can't just switch it over here. So I'm trying to find a better solution. I think I'm gonna have to buy another camera.
You have a
I do. I see. I have this. I have one of these, the Insta360,
Uh huh.
but I can't. They don't have a way to. So I use this.
two videos together. Or...
I use this software on my laptop, right?
Uh huh.
And like right now it's got a screen capture. So, but like yeah.
Uh huh.
So I use this software, and I actually have I have a streaming server set up on my laptop, and so when I was out here with the drone, like I could tell the drone just to stream the shit to my laptop, and then from here I can mux it, right? Like I can multiplex, right?
Okay.
And I can bring in what I want and what I don't want,
Uh-huh.
and it just clicks in like this, right? Like I can just say make that visible, right? And I can do it with different sources and stuff. And so what I would like is for this thing to stream directly to my laptop, have it on the source here, so I can just pull it right from.
Yeah, and click. This is another option. Drop down, and that would show up right there.
Yeah.
And then you just click it
Yeah.
and stream, and then click the other one and stream back to here.
Yeah, like so I can click it when I walk
Back
out
and
there.
forth. I got you.
Yeah, and then cycle it back when I come back. So because now if I'm here, like I'm doing stuff on the bench, and like I take the car over to the track, and like
You lose
you
everything,
can
yeah.
kind of
I've seen
hear
your
something,
videos,
but
yeah.
yeah, like there's
Yeah.
then there's nothing else happening, right?
Yeah.
So like what if I had a camera that like showed it from when I left the bench, walked out there, walked up the track, you know what I mean, and like ran it, and then brought it all back, switched it, and
Yeah.
go.
That sounds cool.
I think it would be.
That guy's gotta leave.
That's that car. If the 2.0.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna ask Chris to see if he's got anything new in the shop, and then I'll just come back here with you.
Oh, if he's got a fresh set of gears in there, yeah.
They do get spurred up.
What? So, can you talk about why you want to test it?
Okay, no, so I just ran my e-buggy. They're less aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
They have less forward, but they feel nice and easy in the corner and nice and easy out. Like right now, I need to go into my ESC settings.
Mm-hmm.
And remember how we played with the frequency? I need to drop that more because it's just so smooth that I can get more aggressive with it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I assume that on a looser track, the car is going to feel that much better
Yeah.
because they already feel smooth here. They're just going to feel that much smooth on
a looser track.
looser conditions. And I'm going to the TNR event with Reggie at the end of the month. We're planning on it. And,
Where's that?
In California, in Norco.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know where that
Norco.
is.
Yeah. And it's in Norco, the flying to Ontario.
Oh, okay.
To LA airport.
Okay.
They drive like 20 minutes from there, and that's where the track is. It's in an equestrian center or something.
Okay.
And it's called the TNR A-Main Challenge.
TNR is that like the fuel?
TNR.
Yeah.
Chris Nelson puts on the event. Real nice, man. He's an awesome dude. And the support, we're trying to just go out there and have a good time. And it's a great event. Like, you go out there and definitely gets back to the racers. You know,
Yeah.
It's not where you have a raffle of an engine or a kit. Like, these got multiple engines. I'm talking 12 engines.
Oh really?
Driver in an A-Main. He's got, money and it's a big pot. So a lot of the pros like to go out there because there's, it's $5,000 weekend for them if they go out there.
Oh, I see.
So there's a lot that involved with all that. He puts on a great show, and his people and track is badass. Yeah, so it's cool, man. If you ever get a chance to look at the past A-Main challenges, just go on YouTube and you're like, oh shit, like track's huge.
Is that their track?
No, it's a rented facility or
Oh,
something.
it's like you said equestrian center.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, you did say that.
animal place or something, and
That's what they do for Wicked too.
talking about that at the end of January, there's a race in California I'm going to with Reggie.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the A-Main Challenge, and it's in a big facility. They got about one more lane bigger than this.
Oh yeah.
Where in
It's bigger than
California?
this. Ontario.
Okay.
We're flying to LA airport.
Mm-hmm.
Ontario.
You can fly into Ontario directly
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we're flying to Ontario and it's in Norco. So we'll fly
because
there.
my sister-in-law lives in Palm Desert, Palm Springs.
I'm surprised.
So it's about an hour away from Ontario. So when we go visit her,
We're flying to Ontario.
flying into Palm Springs normally it's quite expensive.
Uh-huh.
So we fly into Ontario and they go pick us.
Yeah, flying to Ontario is nice, yeah. Yeah, we rent a car, go out there.
Ontario is actually closer where Adam Drake is.
Thunder Alley.
Oh, okay.
The Drake Raceway, yeah. The Drake Raceway. So, yeah, man.
Are you gonna go to Wiggins thing?
No, I like to. I just got so many things, and then we got so much shit going on here too. We got to figure out what Chris has been, on me about. Like, hey, make sure we continue to do what we do here. So I'm like, all right. and we got some ideas and cleaning up and some things. Moving like the bleachers over towards the warm up.
Oh, really?
The warm up's gonna be here.
I thought he was talking about like building more stuff out the side over there. No?
Yeah, that too's gonna put some bleachers over there.
Oh, you just gonna put bleachers over there?
The
Oh,
bleachers
okay.
and some stuff
For
for
the
people, the world. You know what I mean? But that way the pitch over here, your drivers are up here, and everything will be, you know, it'll probably be switched around where we go up this way and go down that way so we can see our cars.
Go up.
Go up on the left side now instead of maybe the right side. Because now we go up the right side and you can see your cars in the warm-up area.
Yeah.
Maybe go up this way. I'm just saying. Maybe
Oh,
go
I
up
see what
this
you're
way
saying.
So you can see your car in the warm-up.
Yeah.
Go down that way.
The warm ups under the cover is gonna be loud though.
I know. And then the pitch being over there.
Yeah, warm-ups. Yeah, warm ups under gonna be loud. It'll be loud.
There's also going to be a race in San Antonio, March. But just so the
At Oats?
Notify?
Huh?
That's a fun track.
Yeah.
I want it.
Yeah.
Fun track.
Yeah, it's
I'm
fun.
gonna go that way.
Yeah,
I think
they-
it's the 15, 15 to
March.
17.
What?
3 days?
Like that.
2 days.
is it MSM?
No, I don't think it's an MSM. I think it's the winter icebreaker or something.
Oh,
Along those. Yeah. Along that. I don't think this is too low
why?
because the diff cases are different.
Hmm?
The diff cases are 2-1 diff case.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
That one is. You're right. Maybe only the front and rear.
2-0, but I think it's a .3 actually.
A .3.
4.8 EB48.
Oh no, that was Chris's 2.0. That was Chris's backup 2.0.
Oh, okay.
Like when he still ran Techno,
Mm-hmm.
he sold me his backup kit. Like he never built it. So he sold me the kit off his out of his collection. Yeah, that was our first
Yeah.
car.
I don't know if no carro de thing.
Yeah, it was our first car, and then my second was a 2.1. I bought it the next week. I bought that one, and then I bought a 2.1 the next week. I bought off of Vasquez, actually.
Look at this.
Had it over there
Your broadcast.
for the race radio. Yeah. But I stopped using it one day because I could never tune it in. It was like 2 weekends.
It's off by a number,
I couldn't tune it in with the analog, and but what I didn't know was that race radio was turned off for 2 weeks.
You're like,
So
what the
it
hell?
wasn't my radio; it was the thing was just turned off.
Yeah.
So I bought that one because it was digital. All right. There you go. And froze again. What's happened? Yeah, I wonder how that. It's just. I don't need it packaged for retail. No. Go there. I might be going back to Oats in a few weeks, but just to hang out. Might have to go to something in SA. Oh yeah. Definitely come to Oats. It's a good time. Good track. Good people. All right, let me get a pack. Go for a run. Then I'll be back. Oh, I need to take These guys, their radios. Hang on.
Okay. Oh, thank
That place looks dope. TNR. Go to Oats, yes. It is a good spot. All right. I'm going to try something a little bit different. No setup changes. I'm just going to try to drive a little harder and see if she lets me. I might swap this pinion out and put a 15 tooth. Since Chris gave me a hard time saying that the wheels were still glued. It was so much power. But I never get into all of it. All right, we'll be back. Can't believe my kid got in trouble. I got 2 referrals from school. Sometimes, don't we? Let's see if we can make fast laps. Need to warm up those tires. Oh no, I saved it. Couldn't get away with driving a bike. That truck is so fast. Yeah. Oh, go sideways. Ah. I can almost hang on to that first turn with throttle. Ah, dust. It's too loud over here.
Well, I'm supposed to be watching his card too.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
Let me watch it first.
yeah.
Because I've been helping him with it.
So anyway, I set it up so it's bottom, middle, top, right?
Yeah.
And so at the bottom, I have like almost the most pack you can get. So your initial hit is pack, right? And then in the middle, it's almost as free as it'll get.
Okay.
Like so ride height is like free. And then I have sort of medium heavy pack in the top. So like not a ton of pack, but close to it.
Okay. Getting better.
So it's like the idea is back here, free in the middle, and then lots of pack at the
It's
top.
still flaps over here pretty bad.
Yeah.
Still think the springs too stiff.
You think so?
Really do.
I don't know. I don't think there are lighter springs.
Really?
Pink is the softest, right? I think.
I don't even remember anymore.
On truck, I think pink's the softest.
I don't know. I guess I'd have to see your truck. Really see the shocks that are making it look that way or something else.
Hmm.
Oh, there you go. That's problem solved right there.
I like it.
That's the answer to the question. Doesn't matter if it looks like or anything. It's if you like it or not.
Huh, I like to see what an educated man's opinion is.
I would have to see a comparison of regular Pistons versus this house on the track.
Yeah.
Because right now I'm looking at one side of the story. You know?
Yeah. Maybe I'll put my other shots back on.
A standard Piston.
Yeah.
That's the way I like the way the cars look. Like that's how they drive, the whole bit. So I'm pretty biased in that. It's just ingrained in my head from so many years that this is how a good setup cars should look, and they have standard pistons in them. All this quick rebounds, all that stuff that it doesn't look right to me.
Yeah. I'll tell you the one thing I did like was yesterday I came out and I put my buggy springs on these shocks.
Yeah.
Put them right on my buggy. Same oils and everything.
Yeah.
And like the buggy doesn't have as much weight. So the only place I had trouble was in the whoops, right? Is in the front, like there was so much pack at the bottom that like when I would hit, it would just kick the nose up.
Oh geez.
So I was talking to Reggie about it. It softened the initial hit. And I was like, oh yeah, I can do that. I just put a softer bottom. It's like,
That's cool.
that's never been able to do before, right? Like to a specific part of the track. Like, which you would never do, right?
Yeah. One thing. This does feel different, dampening wise.
Right? It's really weird. Yeah, I do really like it so far. I put 650, 600. They're not even like heavy weight. It doesn't even feel like 600 in the middle.
Maybe you should lower this down one. It's out like not coming out of the turn, but like mid turn. It seems like, and there's like it could roll a little more. That's keeping it from rolling.
Okay.
That's generally like you go up like that if you want more grip. Under throttle coming out of the turn.
Okay.
Going in the turn, middle of turn, you're getting rid of grip.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're up high, if you go down low, the more you go down, the more going into the turn and middle of turn you have grip.
Okay.
So that's kind of one way to look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you go up, like I generally like running mine up.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way I drive. I like it that way. So I like, come in turn, the car will rotate through, and then I can hit the throttle coming out, and it'll just go out. But it can make the car feel a little loosey-goosey going in turns and stuff like that. And some other areas, like straightaway areas where the rear could feel a little bit shady just because it's not rolling to get that weight transfer. That makes sense.
It does make sense. So it's not getting enough roll to put the weight out here.
Yeah, so like usually when you come in and turn, if it's lower, it'll roll chassis a little more, you can move a little weight over here. But then that can also cause a problem coming out of the turn, because then you'll have too much weight on one tire when you get on a throttle. And this one won't have it, and this one will have too much, and it makes weird things happen. So
yeah, you're
up, it won't roll as much.
steering here.
You're keeping your weight more, your car's staying flatter, which will allow both tires to move more coming out of turn kind of deal. It's just a big trade.
Yeah. Everything's a trade-off.
And it's all how you drive, too.
Yeah.
Honestly. People that are real smooth on throttle, like the car doesn't roll.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I'm a real smooth driver, so I don't like my car rolling, so that works for me, but it doesn't work for everybody.
Yeah. Like I said,
Hard to find what works for you.
I would watch you and Hatch like so smooth. Like yeah.
It's coming from driving two-wheel drive cars.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't have a choice.
My entire, like when I started racing, it's all we had two-wheel drive cars. It was back in, the gold.
Yeah. Grasshoppers.
Those came out after I started racing.
Yeah.
So that tells you how long I've been racing. So I ran those for a very long time. Squeakers, speed controls,
Yeah.
did it all. Kind of that back in the day.
I like it.
So, and I even ran, because I have a national championship
Yeah.
in on-road. But it's two-wheel drive, 8-scale nitro
On
on-road.
road. Really? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah. It was very popular back then. But it's quite possibly the hardest thing you've ever seen to drive.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Very hard. Take an on-road car and put way too much motor in something that's two-wheel drive.
Yeah.
And it's just like
That's heavy.
breathing on the throttle, stuff like that.
So what are you doing with this one?
I'm just helping them get.
Is it MP10 or 11?
It's an 11 and control spring, servo fader, racing loops, and stuff like that. It's looking way better. You just drop it. Yeah, he said he would. I have found much to say on.
No, don't do that.
He's totally. He wants to rotate fast. It's all the speeds in the center. Anybody can go straight fast.
Yeah.
It's all corners. And all the pros will run less toe in the rear. Hard to rotate fast.
Right.
And it's just so hard for
Hard to, yes.
we got to change it. We gotta make it easier to drive. So I got that too. Finish the front spring to a softer spring and make it a little bit easier to drive.
That's reactive, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
It's just fighting yourself.
Yeah.
I use everything.
We'll do that about tires too. Ya despegando una vez. Una de ellas. There you
11 that they tell you to put those in the manual.
Dang.
Take 'em out.
I have to go and look at Charles's and see if I put them in.
It's in the manual to do it. Right?
I probably did.
It's great, like the original Techno, the 48 2.0.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
Steering stops.
Yes.
Put in. Our turn.
I did not put.
Or even we can just. I don't want that front's going to come in, and I don't want people being out here. And
Okay.
I don't want anybody getting any trouble.
That reminds me of something. You guys use weekday. This up here. Run 'em again.
But then we brought in. Yeah.
It'll be open.
So to have the lights on for like a practice period is probably about $100 in electricity.
For like some hours.
Yeah, like 6 to 8 hours, $100. So it's like
All right.
Unless I got enough people here to cover that, and then I got to have someone's here, and it's like if you only got 5 people showing, lose it.
What?
If it's not much. I don't know how much it's made yet, but it actually made money.
That's good.
And property taxes, 25 grand this year.
You have an ag exemption?
They ag things here.
No. I wonder if you could get one.
Here's the agricultural. It takes quite a while to get set up. You can only exempt animals. Yeah, I mean, you have a farm or a ranch or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Across the street.
yeah. Obviously, that's all. Here, it'd be.
No. Do you think you guys are helped or hurt by nitro finger on electrics?
It hurt.
All right, I am back. That needs an adapter. Maybe going back to Oats. Yeah. What pinion should I run your buggy with a 2200? 14.2. $14, maybe 15. 15 is probably going to be too much. You should run a 14. Chris says I might move my camber links in the back down a hole. I'm going to try it. I think it's a good idea. We'll see what happens. I trust the former national champion. Yeah. Send it. So we'll just drop these camber links down a hole on the inside and see how it feels. He thinks that it should help with body roll and weight transfer. like it should help weight transfer and bring grip up on the inside. It's kind of the sense that I got. So I'll trust the man and see how it turns out. Let me take this battery out before I use my wrench to accidentally arc the terminals. That would be bad. What time is it? It's 3:30. Yeah, I'll get two more packs. We'll set 2 more packs. I have 1 ready and 1 getting there. Oh man, I have to use the restroom. Be right back. Right, where were we? Just undoing this. Uh-oh. We're gonna need that. So lower our inside links and we'll check camber, all that good stuff. And maybe, can I, what am I running? 16 tooth. And doesn't look like I really have room to go smaller with my fan mount without hogging out a bunch of stuff. I won't mess with that today. I won't mess with that today. We'll check and make sure everything's tight like we said earlier, so we don't lose a spur. All right. Check ride height and camber. My setup board is not big enough. It looks okay. No, eyeball it. Looks all right. Probably extreme. I'll back it out a little bit. Let's see. Where's my gauge? I have a gauge somewhere up here. Camber gauge. The camber gauge. I think I saw it earlier, but I can't recall where. Too much stuff. Camber gauge. Why wouldn't I have that like readily available? Because that would be smart. I don't know. Well, we'll just eyeball it. I think I just need to take a little bit out, not much. Call it a turn. Yeah, I think that'll work. All right. Let's see. Let's see. See what happens. I'm also going to try to see if I can get a camera here tomorrow. I'm tired of this. I think everybody else is too. And it'll be much more fun this way. See how this works. He thought it would give me more grip in mid corner. Sign language?
No.
Ah. It's warm. How warm? 119? $120 Fahrenheit. Not bad. Not bad for a full pack. Just a little warm. Not too bad, not too bad. Right, so I'll storage this guy. I like that. I'll explain in a moment. So what this change did, we only moved the inside rear camber link down one hole. What it did was it gave me some more rotation sort of after mid corner. So I had more grip mid corner, and then I had a little bit less grip coming out of the corner. So the first turn or two, I would go into the corner, and I'd have more grip than I expected, and so I got on the gas, and I'd wash out because that was the trade-off, right? I traded some more mid corner grip for some exit grip. But it's a little bit faster, I think, with the mid corner grip. The other thing I need to do is figure out how to get a lap timer out here for when days, on the days when the loop is not on, so I can understand what my lap times really are. All right. Let me see if I can get that camera. Overnight? Can I get it overnight? Yes. Oh, I can maybe even have it here tomorrow morning, and we can use it tomorrow. Fuck, send it. Oh, radio. Let me get my other pack and run it, and then I'm heading home. It's that kind of day, nice and lazy. Nothing too fancy. Like I said, I still need to figure out how to package up this think, prepare, rehearse thing. Think, prepare, rehearse, act is the way. Just need to figure out how to package it up and bring it to the masses. Yeah, track cam. Yeah, I'm gonna work on that. Hopefully that shit shows up tomorrow morning, and I'll bring it in, and then we can start setting it up. And dude, that would make this stuff so much more interesting, I think. I think if I could live stream my bench, make some changes here, I can just flip camera over to the GoPro, roll right to the track, all continuous. No stopping for anything. And there won't be dead space on the video while I'm out running a lap because you'll be able to see everything. So I think that's the way. We just need to make it happen. I'm tired of not doing it that way. I really wish that my other solution, this one, would have let me do that, but it did not, and here we are. So yeah, track cam. The other thing I want to do is figure out how to mount these cameras to a car. If I'm going to stick this little camera right here, like to my car, and run. That would be really cool. That's on my list too. If we could do a track rip, I could show it, and then I could show it from the perspective of the car separately. Throw it over on TikTok or something. I don't know what the answer is there yet, but we'll figure it out. I need to figure out how to mount that camera over to that over to my cars though. That's going to be a little bit of a trick. Maybe wing mount. Maybe I could make something that would go up here, or something that would sit like right above the body off of the shock towers could work. I have to think about this. There might be a solution there. Either way, and then we can mount a camera here. But then it would probably, would it body be in the way? It really needs to be above that ridge, right? Or on the front. I don't want to put it on the front because it would probably come off or get hit. It's got to be in the back, probably on the wing. And it probably should sit down in there and be protected by the wing too. Let's see if I can find a solution for that. Because that would be really cool. If you could have the perspective of the car going around the track. Could be fun. I don't know. I'll have to sort that out at some point. It's on my list. All these things cost money and time. Pack. Is it ready? Almost. It's got like 2 1,000ths of a volt to charge. Right? 0.0002. Tenths, hundreds, thousandths, right? Yeah. 2,000ths of a volt per cell. I could just run it. We'll give it a full charge. So Techno 2.0 gears are softer than 2.1, and you get less hit, more softer hit, sounds like. We'll see how Santos likes that setup once he gets it going. Yeah. I'll get that track cam. I'm excited. I'm excited. I should make a post, huh? Like alert everybody that there's something new coming. I'll do that. I'll do that when I get home. I'll put out a little notification. And tomorrow, when I get it, I'll bring it in and set it up. I can make it work. And pack is done. All right, let me go give this a run. Dude, I'm so excited. Tomorrow, if I could just flip my camera onto my hat, stream it, and go. Oh, it'd be so much fun. I'm excited. I don't know about y'all, but I am. Be fun. So we'll see if it gets here. If it gets here tonight, tomorrow morning, I'll bring it in and set it up. Otherwise, I don't have to do it on Friday. I don't want to do it on Friday. It's gonna be cold. I don't think I want to come out here on Friday and Saturday, but I probably will. What is this piece? Oh, chassis brace for a nitro. That won't. All right, be right back. All right. Watch it sit in the corner.
Oh, what did it feel like? Was it better, worse?
Overall better.
Okay.
I just had to remember not to get on it too hard coming out of corners.
So what you could try, I have the okay.
Center dot. Center and C.
Be a touch more 80 spot. It changes the arm angle.
All right. So maybe I won't go for a run. Instead, we're going to tune. It's nice to have these guys available to me. Like, I can go to Chris and ask him, hey, I'm feeling this. What do I want to do? Our dirt is for real over here. Oh, my driver's dead. Okay, I guess I have to do this by hand. Plug my driver in. All right, do this by hand. Shut the door. Be a little less loud. All right. So what the man said was I could replace these rear pills. I have 2 dots down. So basically plus 1 degree of, or 1/2 degree of anti-squat. And what we're going to do is make it a full degree of anti-squat, because I said that I lost grip coming out of the corners, and he said you could get some more grip back. I just tried to screw. Where'd it go? He said, there we go. He said that doing this would get me back some of that exit grip. The trade-off is I might lose grip in the bumps and stuff like that. So we'll see. Why can't I get this block off? Do I need to loosen up the next one down too? The other thing that's nice about these guys is, like, Chris used to run Techno. So I know I'm getting good guidance. Come on. Get off of there. Why is that so difficult? It needs to come up and out. Up and out. There we go. Come on. Work with me. It's going to go flying in a second. There it goes. Right. Stay on. We don't want to lose you. All right. Now we need some more pills. Where do we have pills? These cool little organizers. They're 3D printed. 3B I found somewhere. I'm looking for 1 dot down. I have 1 of those only? That cannot be. I must have another pill container somewhere here that's got a 1 dot down. No. Uh-oh. This doesn't bode well. Where else do I have pills? I have pills somewhere else. Where? I just need one. I mean, there's just one dot. Oop. There's one in here. I just have to fight to get to it. There we go. Looks like I probably need to find a set of pills and put them in this organizer. I have some laying around somewhere in a kit, I'm sure. We're going to go one dot down. One dot down. Just go a full degree of anti-squat. Right? There we are. Where's my screw? I'm going to use the screw to tighten it down. All right. And where did my other screw go? Did I knock it on the ground? There it is. That was a nice, easy change. We'll see what a difference it makes. Right. Let's go see.
Welcome to Snowball Bus.
That was awesome. Nice stuff, Chris. That was great. What he left. All right. Man said, the man said, hang on. Sorry, I just needed to see what the temp was. I thought I read it, but I read it wrong. Okay, so the man says I should take some toe out of the front. That means then I'm going to have to try that tomorrow because I do not have time today. But I can go ahead and take some camber out or toe out. I can do that without running it. Let's do that. I do need a pack for the weight. Why, you ask? Well, when your car moves, camber changes. Hello? No. No. I got a call from Mr. Coughing. Yeah, we need. Yeah, we need to have a conversation about that. Yes. Where are you now? When's the bus? Huh? Okay. Go ride the bus. I'll see you when I get home. I'm leaving soon. There's some trouble. All right, back to work. Right, I'm just going to lose this board because it's too small. I did order my new one. It should be ready soon. They did say that they weren't going to be able to work on it this weekend because of the weather, too cold. I told them to take as much time as they want and need. In the end, you want something that you're going to be proud of. We're going to go, let's see, we're going to lengthen this and take it toward the back of the car. Is that right? No, this is camber, dummy. We don't want to do that yet. We're trying to do toe. I want to lengthen this link. How much? We'll do by feel. That was like three-quarter turns. Well, we'll just say, yeah, let's do that. How's that look? How's that look from a camera perspective? You can see toe better than I can. Maybe. Like that. Maybe center steering. Yeah, how does that look? How does it look on camera? Let me turn the radio on and center steering, make sure everything looks okay. Make sure to go straight. It's still, there's a ton of camber now. Nope. Will it fit? Yeah. Is the track straight? Track's nice and straight. Definitely has too much camber. How's that for slop? Whoa. I didn't know my whole servo was moving. Wow. I gotta bring that in. That's better. No, that's solid. Okay, now. The best solution to this pack, I'm going to take some camber out. You have 2/4 turns. Call it. How's that look? That looks a lot less extreme on toe. Yeah, and looks a lot less extreme on camber. Good. All right. So tomorrow, for the first thing, we'll try that new setup. And we'll try our new camera setup, which hopefully will be here. Yeah. With that, let's see. I wonder how Truggy would run with similar stiffness, shorty buggy springs. That's a good question. Maybe we could screw with that one day. We'll put buggy springs on a truck, see what happens. You'd probably have to go to the red ones. Buggy springs are a lot weaker than Truggy springs. The angle makes the right side look more extreme. The angle, oh, maybe it does. Yeah. Yeah, the angle definitely makes it look more extreme from top down. Okay, radio. I got it. All right. I am going to go ahead and shut this down for the day. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll see about new camera setups. How's this tread wear? Interesting, huh? I just glued these tires today. There's a bald stripe right here. Clearly, I am getting more out of one side than the other. Interesting. That might be worth a chat with somebody. The front wear looks pretty even. Still pretty bald. Yeah. All right, cool. I'm going to shut this down, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Be back tomorrow. I don't know what time yet. I'll set it up through YouTube. You should get an alert. Probably be somewhere around noon Central. It's about what time we started today. Yeah. So keep an eye out for that, and we'll see you on the next one. Thanks, everybody.